Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Nature of Corruption. In the quiet moments before sleep, when the world grows still and shadows lengthen across familiar spaces, there exists a darkness that goes beyond the simple absence of light. Tonight, as we settle into the comfort of peaceful contemplation, let us explore one of Runeterra's most haunting phenomena, the black mist of the Shadow Isles, a corruption so profound that it transforms the very essence of life itself. Imagine, if you will, a mist that rolls across the waters, not with the gentle embrace of morning fog, but with a hunger that defies the natural order. This is no ordinary phenomenon born of temperature and humidity, no simple gathering of water droplets suspended in air. The black mist carries within it something far more sinister, the accumulated anguish of a paradise lost, the crystallized grief of a king whose love became the world's curse. When sailors first glimpse this supernatural fog on the horizon, they speak of an immediate change in the very atmosphere around them. The air grows thick, not with moisture, but with an oppressive weight that seems to press against the soul itself. Colors drain from the world, leaving everything touched by the mist in shades of gray and sickly green. The temperature drops, but it is not the clean cold of winter wind. It is the chill of the grave, the absence of life's warmth that penetrates to the very bones. What makes the black mist truly terrifying is not its appearance, but its intelligence. This is no mindless force of nature, no random catastrophe that strikes without purpose. Within the swirling darkness moves a malevolent consciousness, ancient and patient, that seeks out the living with deliberate intent. It knows where to find the weak spots in a person's defenses, the cracks in their spirit where doubt and sorrow have taken root. The mist feeds on the negative emotions that all mortals carry within their hearts. It draws strength from regret, from the weight of choices that cannot be undone, from the grief that follows loss, and from the guilt that shadows our quiet moments. In this way, it is perhaps the most insidious corruption imaginable, one that grows stronger the more its victims suffer, creating an endless cycle of despair that sustains its dark existence. Those who have survived encounters with the black mist describe a sensation unlike any other earthly experience. It begins as a whisper at the edge of consciousness, a voice that speaks in the cadence of forgotten sorrows. The mist seems to know intimate details about each person it encounters, their deepest fears, their greatest regrets, the names of loved ones they have lost. It uses this knowledge like a weapon, crafting illusions and false promises that can break even the strongest will. But perhaps most disturbing of all is how the black mist corrupts not through violence, but through a twisted form of seduction. It offers relief from pain, an end to the burden of living with one's mistakes and losses. To those who have grown weary of carrying their grief, the mist presents itself as a mercy, a way to join the ranks of the Shadow Isles inhabitants, where sorrow becomes power, where the weight of mortality is lifted at last. The transformation that follows is both beautiful and terrible to behold. The living do not simply die when claimed by the black mist. They become something else entirely. Their physical forms may fade, but their essence remains, twisted into new shapes that reflect their deepest obsessions and regrets. A warrior consumed by the need for revenge might become a spectral knight, forever seeking battles that will never bring satisfaction. A mother mourning her children might transform into a banshee whose wails can drive listeners to madness. Yet for all its horror, there is a tragic beauty in the black mist's existence. It represents the ultimate expression of love gone wrong. Viego's desperate attempt to bring back his queen resulted in a force that now spreads her absence throughout the world. Every tendril of mist, every whisper of corruption, carries within it the echo of that first terrible moment when paradise was lost to grief. The mist spreads not randomly, but according to patterns that reflect the emotional landscape of Runeterra itself. It flows toward places where sorrow gathers, battlefields where soldiers have died in anguish, cities where poverty and despair reign, homes where families have been torn apart by tragedy. In this way, the black mist serves as a dark mirror to the world, showing us the accumulated weight of all our collective sorrows. Understanding the nature of this corruption requires us to look beyond its supernatural aspects and recognize the very human emotions that give it power. The black mist exists because grief exists, because love can become obsession, because the pain of loss can drive even the gentlest soul to desperate acts. It reminds us that the greatest threats often come not from external enemies, but from the darkness we carry within ourselves. As we contemplate this phenomenon in the safety of our peaceful moments, we can appreciate the delicate balance between light and shadow that defines existence. The black mist may be a force of corruption, but it also serves as a reminder of the preciousness of life, the importance of processing our grief in healthy ways, and the need to support one another through our darkest hours. In the end, the true horror of the black mist lies not in its ability to kill or corrupt, but in its revelation of how easily love can become destruction when guided by desperation rather than wisdom. It shows us what happens when we refuse to let go, when we try to hold on to what is lost at any cost, and when we allow our pain to define us completely. As our exploration of this dark phenomenon draws to a close for now, perhaps you might find yourself wondering, in a world where grief can literally reshape reality, how do we honor our losses without letting them consume us? Chapter 2. Origins in Paradise Lost. In the gentle twilight between memory and dream, where ancient stories whisper their truths to those who listen with quiet hearts, there once existed a place that knew no sorrow. Tonight, as shadows dance softly around us, let us journey back to a time before corruption, before the black mist ever touched the world, to the paradise that was the Blessed Isles, and the moment when love's desperation transformed Eden into nightmare. Picture, if you can, islands that floated like jewels upon the clearest waters imaginable, where the very air shimmered with healing magic, and every breath brought peace to troubled souls. The Blessed Isles were not merely beautiful, they were sacred, a sanctuary where the boundary between life and death grew thin in the most wondrous way. Here, the waters of life flowed from ancient springs, their crystalline streams carrying the power to heal any wound, cure any ailment, and grant peace to even the most tormented spirit. These islands existed outside the normal flow of time and conflict that marked the rest of Runeterra. Wars might rage across distant continents, kingdoms might rise and fall, but the Blessed Isles remained untouched by such turmoil. They were watched over by guardians who understood that some places must remain pure, some sanctuaries must be preserved for the good of all. The very stones of these islands hummed with benevolent magic, and the trees whispered songs of comfort that could soothe any sorrow. For centuries beyond counting, pilgrims would journey from every corner of Runeterra seeking the healing that only the Blessed Isles could provide. The dying would make their final voyage here, not in desperation, but in peaceful acceptance, knowing that these sacred waters could ease their transition from life to whatever lay beyond. Families torn apart by tragedy would find solace in the island's gentle embrace, and lovers separated by death could sometimes find a moment's reunion in the liminal spaces where the veil grew thin. The guardians of these islands were not rulers in any earthly sense, but rather servants of something greater, caretakers of a sacred trust that had been passed down through generations. They understood that the power they protected was not meant to cheat death or grant immortality, but to ensure that the natural cycles of existence flowed with grace and dignity. Death here was not an ending to be feared, but a transformation to be embraced when the time was right. Into this paradise came King Viego of Camaver, though he arrived not as a pilgrim seeking wisdom, but as a desperate man consumed by a love that had become obsession. His queen, Isolde, lay dying from an assassin's blade, a wound inflicted not in battle, but through the political machinations that plagued his distant kingdom. The poison that coursed through her veins defied every healer in Camaver, and as her life ebbed away, Viego's sanity began to crumble with it. Viego had never been a particularly strong king, but in Isolde he had found his anchor, his reason for existing. She was his light in the darkness of royal duty, his peace in the chaos of ruling a fractured realm. Without her, he was nothing, or so his grief-stricken mind convinced him. When the healers of Camavor admitted defeat, when the priests spoke of accepting divine will, Viego refused to listen. If earthly power could not save his beloved, then he would seek power beyond the earthly realm. The journey to the Blessed Isles was long and treacherous, but love, or what Viego believed to be love, gave him strength. He sailed across dangerous waters, with Isolde's dying form cradled in his arms, whispering promises that he would not let her go, that he would find a way to keep her with him forever. His retinue watched in growing unease, as their king spoke to his queen, as if she could still hear him, as if death were merely an inconvenience to be overcome through sufficient determination. When Viego's ships finally reached the shores of the Blessed Isles, the guardians who met him sensed immediately that something was terribly wrong. This was not a man seeking healing in the proper spirit. This was a soul consumed by an unhealthy attachment, a love that had curdled into something possessive and demanding. They tried to explain that the waters of life were not meant to reverse death, but to ease the journey into whatever came next. They spoke of acceptance, of the beauty that could be found in letting go with grace. But Viego's heart had moved beyond reason. In his mind, their refusal was not wisdom but cruelty, not protection of sacred law, but callous indifference to true love. He had crossed oceans and defied the natural order to bring his queen to this place of miracles, and he would not be denied by what he saw as outdated traditions and meaningless restrictions. If the guardians would not help him, then he would help himself. The moment Viego plunged Isolde's still form into the waters of life marked the end of one world and the beginning of another. The sacred springs which had flowed pure for millennia recoiled from this violation of their purpose. They had been meant to ease suffering, not to chain souls to existence against the natural order. The magic that had sustained paradise for so long suddenly turned inward, corrupted by the very desperation that sought to exploit it. What happened next defied all previous understanding of death and magic. Isolde's body did respond to the waters of life, but not in any way that brought true healing. Instead, the magic tore her soul apart, fracturing it into countless pieces that scattered like shards of broken glass. Some fragments remained with her physical form, others fled into the surrounding air, and still others sank deep into the islands themselves, carrying with them the weight of Viego's grief and obsession. As Isolde's fragmented soul screamed in anguish, a sound that no living thing should ever have to hear, the very fabric of the Blessed Isles began to unravel. The healing waters turned black as ink, their life-giving properties inverting into something that brought not peace but torment. The gentle mists that had once carried the scent of flowers and the promise of rest became the first tendrils of what would become known as the Black Mist, thick with the essence of shattered paradise and unrequited love. Viego, witnessing what his desperation had wrought, felt his own heart break completely, but instead of accepting responsibility for the catastrophe he had caused, his mind retreated further into delusion. In his fractured perception, the islands themselves had somehow corrupted his pure love, had twisted his noble attempt to save his queen into something monstrous. The guilt that should have led to understanding instead became rage, and that rage fed the growing corruption like fuel poured onto flames. The transformation of the Blessed Isles into the Shadow Isles was not instantaneous. It was a gradual apocalypse that unfolded over days and weeks. The guardians who had tried to prevent this disaster found themselves among its first victims, their noble spirits twisted into forms that reflected their horror at what they had failed to prevent. The pilgrims who had come seeking healing became wraiths, driven by unfulfilled desires. The very trees and stones that had once sung with healing magic now whispered madness and despair. In the end, what had been the most sacred place in all of Runeterra became its most cursed. The islands that had once offered the promise of peaceful death now trapped souls in eternal unrest. The waters that had healed became a source of corruption that would spread far beyond their shores, and at the center of it all stood Viego, no longer a king but something else entirely, the ruined king, whose love had become the world's nightmare. The true tragedy of this transformation lies not in its supernatural elements, but in its fundamentally human origin. The black mist that now threatens all of Runeterra was born from emotions that every person can understand: love, loss, and the desperate desire to hold on to what we cherish most. It reminds us that even our most noble feelings can become destructive when they lead us to deny the natural order, when we refuse to accept that some things must be let go, no matter how much it hurts. As we contemplate this ancient catastrophe in the comfort of our peaceful evening, perhaps we might wonder, how do we honor the depth of our love for others while still accepting the limits that existence places upon us? Chapter 3. The Mists First Spread. When darkness falls and the world grows quiet, there are moments when we can almost feel the weight of distant sorrows pressing against the edges of our awareness. Tonight, as we continue our gentle journey through shadow and memory, let us witness how corruption spreads, not with the violent rush of wildfire, but with the slow, inexorable patience of mist seeping through every crack and crevice of Paradise Lost. In those first terrible hours after Viego's desperate act shattered the sacred order, the black mist did not explode outward in a single catastrophic wave. Instead, it began as the sorrow begins, quietly, insidiously, touching one soul and then another, growing stronger with each life it claimed. The corrupted waters of life that had once flowed in gentle streams throughout the Blessed Isles now carried their dark gift to every corner of the sanctuary, transforming healing springs into well springs of despair. Picture the first guardian who encountered this creeping darkness. Perhaps it was Thresh himself, though he was known then by a different name, a keeper of ancient knowledge who had devoted his existence to protecting the sacred vaults where the most precious artifacts of the Isles were stored. He would have noticed the change first as a whisper in the air, a subtle wrongness that made the back of his neck prickle with unease. The gentle luminescence that had always filled the corridors of his sanctuary would have begun to dim, replaced by an oily greenish light that seemed to absorb warmth rather than provide it. This guardian, dedicated to his duty as he was, would have gone to investigate. He would have found the waters of life flowing backward, their crystalline purity now a murky black that reflected not light but shadow. And as he leaned closer to understand what had gone wrong, the mist would have reached for him, not with claws or teeth, but with something far more insidious: the promise of understanding, the offer to share in the weight of cosmic injustice. The transformation of the first guardian was not a violent process but a seductive one. The black mist whispered to him of all the pilgrims he had failed to save over the centuries, all the suffering he had witnessed without being able to prevent. It spoke of the unfairness of watching mortals struggle with pain, while possessing knowledge that could ease their burdens, if only the ancient laws did not forbid its use. Slowly, gradually, his noble desire to help became twisted into something darker, a hunger to possess the very suffering he had once sought to heal. As this corruption took hold, the guardian's physical form began to change as well. His flesh grew pale and translucent. His eyes began to glow with that same sickly light that now permeated the islands. Most terribly of all, his understanding of mercy became inverted. Where once he had sought to ease the transition from life to death, he now began to see death itself as a mercy to be hoarded, a gift to be given only to those who had earned it through sufficient torment. Word of the spreading corruption reached other guardians and inhabitants of the islands, but their responses only hastened the disaster. Some tried to flee, carrying the Black Mist's influence with them as it clung to their spirits like a parasite. Others attempted to fight the darkness directly, only to discover that their noble intentions provided the very emotional fuel that the corruption needed to grow stronger. The more they struggled against it, the more it fed on their frustration and despair. The pilgrims who had come to the Blessed Isles seeking healing found themselves trapped in a nightmare beyond their worst imaginings. They had arrived carrying their burdens of grief and loss, expecting to find peace in the sacred waters. Instead, they discovered that their sorrows were being amplified, twisted into obsessions that would define their existence for eternity. A mother, who had come seeking closure for her lost child, found herself transformed into a banshee whose wails could drive listeners to madness. A warrior seeking forgiveness for the blood on his hands became a spectral knight forever pursuing a redemption that would always remain just out of reach. What made this transformation particularly cruel was how it perverted the very virtues that had brought these souls to the islands in the first place. Their love became possessiveness, their loyalty became blind devotion, their courage became reckless obsession. The Black Mist did not simply corrupt them, it took the best parts of who they were and made those qualities into chains that would bind them to the Shadow Isles forever. The physical environment of the islands changed as dramatically as their inhabitants. Trees that had once bloomed with flowers that could heal any wound now bore fruit that whispered of despair to anyone who passed beneath their branches. The gentle creatures that had made the islands their home, birds whose songs could soothe troubled hearts, deer whose presence brought peace to anxious minds, became twisted mockeries of their former selves. Some fled to distant shores, carrying with them traces of the corruption that would later manifest in strange ways across Runeterra. Others remained, their forms warped into nightmare versions of natural beauty. The very architecture of the islands began to reflect the change in their spiritual nature. Temples dedicated to healing and contemplation cracked and crumbled, their harmonious proportions becoming jagged and unsettling. Gardens where pilgrims had once found meditation became labyrinths of thorns and shadow that trapped unwary souls in endless wandering. The bridges that had connected different parts of the island sanctuary began to twist and writhe like living things, making it impossible for anyone to find a clear path to escape. As days turned to weeks, the boundary between the living and the dead began to blur throughout the islands. Ghosts of those who had died peacefully in previous centuries began to manifest, but their appearances brought no comfort, only the memory of what had been lost. These spirits were not malevolent in the traditional sense, but their very presence served as a constant reminder of the paradise that had been destroyed. They wandered the corrupted landscape, weeping tears that turned to mist upon touching the ground, adding their sorrow to the growing cloud of despair that hung over everything. The Black Mist itself evolved during this period, learning and adapting as it consumed more souls and absorbed more grief. What had begun as a simple corruption of the sacred waters became something far more complex, a living entity with its own intelligence and purpose. It began to understand how to manipulate the emotions of the living, how to find the weak points in their psychological defenses, and how to offer them exactly what they thought they wanted, while ensuring that they would never truly be satisfied. Perhaps most tragically, some inhabitants of the islands tried to use their own transformation as a weapon against the spreading corruption. They allowed themselves to be partially consumed by the Black Mist, believing that they could maintain their humanity while gaining the power to fight back. These noble souls became some of the most dangerous wraiths of all, for they retained enough of their original personalities to be cunning and strategic, while their corrupted nature made them utterly ruthless in pursuing their twisted understanding of justice. The final stage of the island's transformation came when the corruption reached the very heart of the sanctuary, the great tree that had stood at the center of the Blessed Isles for millennia. its roots extending into every stream and its branches touching every sky. This ancient guardian of the island's power had weathered countless storms and protected countless pilgrims, but even its mighty spirit could not withstand the concentrated grief and obsession that Viego's act had unleashed. When the great tree fell, its death throes sent shockwaves of despair across the entire archipelago. The last vestiges of the island's healing power were inverted, becoming a beacon that would draw the black mist back to its source, no matter how far it might spread. The tree's roots, which had once carried life-giving water throughout the islands, became conduits for corruption that would ensure no corner of the former paradise could ever be truly cleansed. In the end, the transformation of the Blessed Isles into the Shadow Isles was complete, not through conquest, but through corruption, not through violence, but through the gradual erosion of hope itself. Every soul that had been touched by the black mist became both victim and perpetrator, spreading the influence of the corruption even as they suffered under its weight. The islands that had once been a refuge from the sorrows of the world had become the source of new sorrows that would plague Runeterra for generations to come. As we contemplate this slow apocalypse in the safety of our peaceful evening, we might find ourselves reflecting on how corruption spreads not just through grand gestures of evil, but through the accumulation of small compromises and twisted virtues. Perhaps the question that lingers is, how do we protect the sanctuaries in our own lives from the slow erosion of cynicism and despair? Chapter 4. Mechanics of Corruption. In the stillness of night, when our thoughts turn inward and we ponder the mysteries that govern existence, there are forces at work that operate by rules far different from those of the natural world. Tonight, as we rest in the gentle embrace of contemplation, let us examine the intricate workings of the black mist, not as scholars seeking to categorize and control, but as souls seeking to understand how darkness transforms light, and why some spirits resist, while others surrender to the call of shadow. The black mist operates according to principles that blend the physical with the metaphysical, in ways that challenge our understanding of both life and death. Unlike natural fog, which forms from the simple interaction of temperature and moisture, the black mist exists as a manifestation of concentrated emotion given substance. It is grief made tangible, sorrow given form, and despair transformed into something that can reach across the boundaries between the material and spiritual worlds. When the black mist first encounters a living being, it does not immediately overwhelm them with supernatural force. Instead, it begins with something far more subtle, a gentle caress against the soul that feels almost comforting at first touch. Those who have survived such encounters describe it as a cool breeze that seems to emanate from within rather than without, a sensation of being understood by something vast and ancient that recognizes the pain they carry in their hearts. The mist's initial approach is one of sympathy rather than aggression. It whispers in voices that sound familiar, sometimes like lost loved ones, sometimes like the inner voice of one's own deepest thoughts. These whispers do not speak of grand cosmic truths or terrible revelations, but of simple, intimate sorrows, the harsh words spoken in anger that can never be taken back, the opportunities missed through fear or hesitation, the weight of choices that led to unintended harm. As the mist continues its gentle assault on the spirit, it begins to affect the physical body in ways that mirror its spiritual influence. The temperature around the victim drops, but not uniformly. It is a selective cold that seems to target the heart and lungs, making each breath feel labored and each heartbeat seem fragile. Colors begin to drain from the victim's vision, starting with the warmest hues and gradually reducing the world to shades of gray and sickly green that match the mist itself. The process by which the black mist corrupts a soul is not violent but seductive. It offers to take away the burden of carrying one's pain alone, promising a community of shared suffering where individual anguish becomes collective strength. To minds already weighed down by guilt or grief, this offer can seem like mercy rather than damnation. The mist shows visions of the Shadow Isles, not as a realm of horror, but as a place where the broken can find purpose, where the lost can find direction, and where the guilty can find absolution through eternal service. What makes the Black Mist's corruption so insidious is how it adapts to each individual soul it encounters. For a warrior burdened by the deaths they have caused, it speaks of honor and duty, showing how their strength could be used to protect the weak for all eternity. For a mother grieving a lost child, it whispers of reunion, of a place where separation is impossible, and love need never fear loss again. For a scholar tormented by knowledge of suffering they cannot prevent, it offers the wisdom to understand pain on a cosmic scale, and the power to transform it into something beautiful. The physical transformation that accompanies spiritual corruption varies dramatically from person to person, reflecting their deepest obsessions and strongest emotional attachments. Those consumed by rage might find their bodies becoming more solid and imposing, wreathed in shadows that move with violent purpose. Those overwhelmed by sorrow might become translucent and ethereal, their forms shifting like mist itself. The scholarly minded might retain their basic human appearance, but gain eyes that glow with unnatural knowledge, while the protective might develop spectral armor that can never be removed. Yet, not all who encounter the Black Mist succumb to its influence. Some possess natural resistances that allow them to withstand its psychological assault, though the reasons for this immunity are not always clear. Strong-willed individuals who have learned to process their grief in healthy ways often find themselves able to resist the Mist's initial overtures. Those who have accepted their losses and moved forward without allowing guilt to define them seem to offer the Mist less emotional sustenance to feed upon. Faith, too, can provide protection, though not in the way one might expect. It is not the strength of belief itself that matters, but the way that faith helps individuals maintain perspective on their suffering. Those who see their pain as part of a larger pattern, who trust in purposes beyond their understanding, often find themselves immune to the Mist's promise of easy answers and eternal purpose. Their acceptance of mystery and uncertainty leaves little room for the Mist's certainty and false comfort to take root. Children present a particular puzzle for the Black Mist's influence. Their natural resilience and ability to find joy even in difficult circumstances often protects them from the worst effects of corruption. However, when children are consumed by the Mist, their transformations tend to be among the most heartbreaking, as their innocence becomes twisted into something that seeks to protect others by ensuring they never have to experience growth, change, or loss. The environment itself plays a crucial role in how the Black Mist's corruption manifests. In places where great tragedies have occurred, where the very stones seem to remember suffering, the Mist finds fertile ground for its influence. Battlefields, sites of betrayal, homes where families have been torn apart, all these locations provide the emotional resonance that allows the Mist to establish a stronger foothold in the physical world. Interestingly, the Black Mist seems unable to corrupt those who are in the midst of experiencing pure joy or selfless love. These emotions create a kind of spiritual armor that the Mist cannot penetrate, perhaps because they represent the opposite of the obsessive, inward-turning grief from which the Mist draws its power. This suggests that the corruption's strength lies not in its ability to overcome positive emotions, but in its skill at finding and exploiting the shadows that exist within even the most virtuous hearts. The process of corruption is not always permanent, though reversal becomes increasingly difficult as time passes. In the early stages, before the transformation has fully taken hold, strong emotional shocks, reunions with loved ones, acts of selfless sacrifice, moments of genuine forgiveness can sometimes break the Mist's hold on a soul. However, once the corruption has fully manifested and the victim has been integrated into the Shadow Isle's dark ecosystem, only the most powerful interventions can hope to restore them to their original state. Perhaps most significantly, the Black Mist's corruption creates a form of immortality that is both blessing and curse. Those consumed by it do not age or die in any conventional sense, but neither do they truly live. They exist in a state of emotional stasis, forever frozen in the moment of their greatest pain or obsession. This eternal preservation of suffering ensures that the mist has a constant supply of emotional energy to draw upon, creating a self-sustaining cycle of despair that grows stronger with each soul it claims. The mechanics of the black mist's influence reveal something profound about the nature of suffering itself. The corruption succeeds not by overwhelming its victims with external force, but by convincing them that their pain is too great to bear alone, that surrender is a form of mercy, and that eternal service is preferable to the uncertainty of healing. It preys upon the very human tendency to define ourselves by our wounds, rather than our capacity for growth and renewal. As we contemplate these dark workings in the comfort of our peaceful evening, we might find ourselves wondering, what is it within us that chooses hope over despair, growth over stagnation, and the uncertain journey of healing over the false comfort of eternal suffering? Chapter 5. The Harrowing Phenomenon. There are nights when the very air seems to hold its breath, when sailors scanning distant horizons speak in hushed whispers of something approaching that defies the natural order of seasons and tides. Tonight, as we settle into the quiet contemplation of mysteries that touch our world only briefly, but leave lasting marks upon the soul, let us explore the phenomenon known as the harrowing, those terrible times when the black mist breaks free from its island prison and spreads its influence across the wider waters of Runeterra. The harrowing does not follow any calendar that mortal minds can predict or divine wisdom can anticipate. It comes when the Shadow Isles themselves seem to exhale their accumulated anguish in a great, shuddering breath that sends tendrils of corruption flowing across the ocean, like dark veins spreading through clear water. Some scholars theorize that these events correspond to moments when the boundary between life and death grows particularly thin, while others believe they are triggered by collective traumas that resonate with the island's own history of loss and transformation. Those who live along the coasts that face the Shadow Isles have learned to read the signs that herald an approaching harrowing, though this knowledge brings little comfort. The ocean itself seems to grow restless days before the mist appears, with waves that move in patterns that follow no natural rhythm. Fish flee the deeper waters in great schools, their primitive instincts warning them of something that their simple minds cannot comprehend, but their spirits recognize as fundamentally wrong. Seabirds abandon their usual flight patterns, wheeling inland with cries that sound almost like warnings to those who know how to listen. The air itself changes in the days leading up to a harrowing. It becomes heavy with moisture that brings no relief from heat, thick with humidity that somehow feels cold rather than warm. Those sensitive to spiritual currents speak of a pressure building behind their eyes, a sensation as if the world itself is holding back tears that threaten to drown everything in their path. Children become restless and prone to nightmares, while animals grow skittish and refuse to venture out after dark. When the black mist finally appears on the horizon, it does not roll forward like ordinary fog driven by wind and weather. Instead, it moves with deliberate purpose, flowing across the water in patterns that seem almost intelligent in their design. The mist reaches out with tentacle-like projections that probe ahead of the main mass, testing the spiritual climate of the areas it approaches, searching for concentrations of grief or guilt that might provide it with additional sustenance. Bilgewater, being the closest major settlement to the Shadow Isles, has borne the brunt of countless harrowings throughout its turbulent history. The city's inhabitants have developed their own traditions and survival strategies for weathering these supernatural storms. When the warning signs appear, the more experienced residents begin preparing not just their homes but their hearts, knowing that the black mist feeds on emotional vulnerability as much as physical proximity. The preparations for a harrowing in Bilgewater take on an almost ritualistic quality. Families gather to share stories of their ancestors, not the tragic tales that might provide fuel for the approaching darkness, but memories of triumph and resilience that can serve as anchors for the spirit. Old grudges are temporarily set aside, as even the most hardened pirates understand that unity provides better protection than isolation when facing supernatural threats. The city's many taverns become impromptu shelters where strangers can find companionship and shared strength. Religious observances also increase during these times, though not always in ways that traditional clergy might approve. Bilgewater's residents call upon Nagakaboros, the bearded lady, whose philosophy of constant motion and change stands in direct opposition to the Black Mist's promise of eternal stasis. They perform rituals of movement and transformation, dancing and singing even as the supernatural fog approaches, creating a spiritual barrier of kinetic energy that the mist finds difficult to penetrate. When the Black Mist finally reaches the shores of inhabited lands, its effects vary dramatically depending on the spiritual state of those it encounters. In communities that have prepared well, that have strengthened their bonds of mutual support and resolved their outstanding conflicts, the mist often passes like a natural fog, bringing an eerie chill and unsettling dreams, but causing no permanent harm. These fortunate souls watch from their windows as the corruption flows past them like water around stones, unable to find purchase on spirits that have been properly fortified. However, in places where sorrow runs deep and unresolved, where old wounds have been left to fester and communities have been fractured by distrust and abandonment, the harrowing can be catastrophic. The mist seems to sense these spiritual weak points with unerring accuracy, flowing toward them like water finding the lowest ground. Entire neighborhoods can be consumed in a matter of hours, their inhabitants transformed into wraiths that will haunt the area long after the main body of the mist has moved on. The most tragic aspect of the harrowing is how it preys upon the very human instinct to help those in distress. The Black Mist often manifests phantoms that appear to be lost loved ones calling for aid, familiar voices pleading for rescue from just beyond the visible edge of the corruption. Many victims of the harrowing are claimed, not because they were weak or unprepared, but because their compassion led them to venture into the mist in desperate attempts to save others who were already beyond saving. Those who survive a harrowing often find that the experience changes them in subtle but lasting ways. They develop an acute sensitivity to spiritual atmospheres, an ability to sense the emotional undercurrents that flow through communities and individuals. Some become natural healers, drawn to help others process their grief and trauma in healthy ways. Others become guardians, dedicating their lives to strengthening the spiritual defenses of their communities against future supernatural threats. The aftermath of a harrowing reveals patterns that speak to the mist's true nature and purpose. Areas that have been heavily affected often experience a strange kind of spiritual cleansing in the months that follow. It is as if the Black Mist, in consuming the accumulated negativity of a place, creates space for new growth and healing to occur. Communities that survive intact often find themselves stronger and more unified than before, their shared experience of supernatural threat having forged bonds that normal circumstances could never create. Interestingly, the harrowing seems to affect different regions of Runeterra in varying ways, suggesting that the Black Mist's power is influenced by local spiritual conditions. The rigid order of Demacia appears to provide some protection, as the kingdom's emphasis on duty and structure leaves little room for the kind of obsessive thinking that the mist exploits. Conversely, the chaotic nature of Zon, with its concentration of desperation and unfulfilled ambition, makes it particularly vulnerable when the corruption manages to reach that far inland. The Ionian understanding of balance and acceptance has proven to be one of the most effective defenses against the harrowing. The region's spiritual traditions teach that suffering is temporary and that attachment to any particular emotional state leads to greater pain. This philosophy creates a kind of mental flexibility that makes it difficult for the Black Mist to establish the emotional footholds it needs to corrupt individuals effectively. Perhaps most remarkably, some regions have reported that exposure to multiple harrowings has actually increased their resistance to the Black Mist's influence over time. These communities develop a kind of spiritual immunity, their collective experience teaching them to recognize and counter the corruption's subtle manipulations. They create traditions and practices specifically designed to maintain emotional health and community cohesion, turning the threat of the harrowing into an opportunity for spiritual growth and strengthening. The unpredictable timing of the harrowing serves a purpose beyond mere chaos. By striking without warning, The phenomenon prevents communities from becoming complacent about their spiritual defenses. It forces regular examination of the emotional health of individuals and communities, ensuring that grievances do not fester and that support systems remain strong. In this way, the threat of the harrowing paradoxically serves to promote the very qualities that protect against it. As we contemplate this cyclical terror that visits the world with irregular but inevitable frequency, we might reflect on how our own lives are subject to similar waves of difficulty and challenge. The harrowing reminds us that external threats often succeed not through their own strength, but by exploiting the weaknesses we already carry within ourselves. Perhaps the question that emerges is, how do we build the spiritual resilience necessary to weather the storms that approach without warning? And how do we create communities strong enough to protect not just our bodies, but our souls? Chapter 6. Vessels and Anchors. In the quiet spaces between heartbeats, where consciousness touches the deeper mysteries of existence, there are souls who have become something more and something less than human, beings who serve as living conduits for forces beyond mortal comprehension. Tonight, as we rest in the gentle sanctuary of contemplation, let us explore how the black mist extends its reach through chosen vessels and sacred anchors, transforming willing and unwilling servants into instruments of its dark purpose. The black mist, for all its supernatural power, requires physical and spiritual anchors to maintain its presence in the material world beyond the Shadow Isles. Like a vast organism that extends tendrils into distant territories, the corruption seeks out individuals and objects that can serve as focal points for its influence. These vessels become living extensions of the mist's will, carrying fragments of the Shadow Isle's cursed essence wherever they travel, spreading corruption through proximity and interaction. Among the most potent of these vessels stands Thresh, the Chain Warden, whose transformation from guardian to tormentor represents the corruption's most complete victory over noble intention. Once a keeper of sacred knowledge, who devoted his existence to protecting the most precious artifacts of the Blessed Isles, Thresh now serves as the Black Mist's most cunning and deliberate agent. His lantern, which once held healing light to guide lost souls to safety, now contains fragments of corrupted spirits that fuel his power and extend the mist's influence wherever he roams. Thresh's role as a vessel is particularly insidious, because he retains much of his original intelligence and cunning, but these qualities have been twisted to serve the corruption's purposes. He understands intimately how to manipulate the emotions and desires of the living, using his vast experience with suffering souls to offer false hope and twisted mercy. His chains can reach across vast distances, not just physically but spiritually, drawing victims toward the Shadow Isles by exploiting their deepest regrets and unfulfilled longings. The lantern that Thresh carries serves as more than mere weapon or tool. It is a portable fragment of the Shadow Isles themselves, a concentrated essence of the corruption that can establish temporary footholds in distant lands. When Thresh appears in far-off regions, his lantern begins immediately to influence the local spiritual atmosphere, making the area more susceptible to the Black Mist's eventual arrival. Plants wither in its presence, animals flee, and sensitive individuals begin to experience the same oppressive despair that permeates the Shadow Isles. Callista presents a different kind of vessel, one whose corruption is fueled by a sense of betrayed justice rather than twisted mercy. The spear of vengeance carries the Black Mist's influence through her obsession with punishing betrayal, but her methods involve summoning the corruption to places where great acts of treachery have occurred. Unlike Thresh, who spreads the mist deliberately and with calculated malice, Callista serves as an unwilling conduit whose noble intentions have been corrupted into something that serves the darkness despite her continued belief in justice. When Callista manifests in response to calls for vengeance, she brings with her spectral warriors drawn from the ranks of the betrayed dead. These ethereal soldiers serve as additional anchors for the Black Mist's influence, each one carrying a fragment of the Shadow Isle's curse into the material world. The presence of these ghostly armies creates zones of supernatural cold and despair that can persist long after Callista herself has departed. leaving behind spiritual scars that make the affected areas more vulnerable to future incursions. The phenomenon of anchored objects represents another crucial aspect of how the black mist extends its reach. Artifacts that have been touched by the corruption, weapons wielded by fallen warriors, jewelry worn by grieving lovers, books written by scholars consumed by forbidden knowledge, can serve as dormant conduits for the mist's influence. These cursed items often find their way into the hands of unsuspecting individuals through trade, inheritance, or archaeological discovery, bringing the Shadow Isle's corruption into contact with new victims. What makes these anchored objects particularly dangerous is their subtlety. Unlike the obvious threat posed by Thresh or the dramatic appearance of Callista, cursed artifacts often seem beneficial at first. A sword might grant its wielder supernatural skill in battle, a pendant might offer comfort to the grieving, a tome might reveal hidden knowledge to the scholarly. Only gradually do the true costs become apparent, as the object's influence slowly corrupts its owner's intentions and draws them toward the same obsessive patterns that define the Shadow Isles' inhabitants. The Black Mist also creates vessels through a process of gradual exposure and spiritual contamination. Individuals who survive multiple encounters with the corruption, particularly those who maintain contact with the Shadow Isles through study or necessity, often find themselves slowly transformed into conduits for its influence. Sea captains who regularly sail near the cursed waters, scholars who research the island's history, even well-meaning priests who seek to understand the corruption in order to fight it, all risk becoming unwitting servants of the very force they oppose. This gradual corruption often begins with enhanced sensitivity to supernatural phenomena. The affected individual gains the ability to sense spiritual disturbances, to perceive ghostly manifestations invisible to others, and to understand the emotional currents that flow through communities and individuals. Initially, these abilities seem like gifts that can be used to help others, to provide warning of supernatural threats, or to offer comfort to the grieving. However, prolonged use of these powers slowly erodes the boundary between the vessel and the source of their abilities. The most tragic vessels are often those who begin with the purest intentions, healers who seek to understand the nature of spiritual corruption in order to develop better treatments, warriors who study the Shadow Isle's denizens to become more effective protectors, lovers who refuse to accept the death of their beloved and seek knowledge that might restore them. All these individuals create vulnerabilities that the Black Mist can exploit. Their noble goals become twisted into obsessions that serve the corruption's purposes while maintaining the illusion of serving good. Children present a particular challenge for the Black Mist's vessel creation process. Their natural resilience and adaptability often allow them to resist full corruption, but when they do become vessels, their transformations tend to be especially heartbreaking. A child who becomes a conduit for the mist might retain their innocent appearance and mannerisms while carrying influence that corrupts everyone they encounter. They spread the mist's influence through play and friendship, turning the most basic human connections into pathways for spiritual contamination. The creation of vessels is not a random process, but follows patterns that reflect the Black Mist's underlying intelligence and purpose. The corruption seeks out individuals who possess qualities that make them effective agents, strong wills that can resist destruction while serving new purposes, deep emotional connections that can be exploited to manipulate others, positions of authority or influence that provide access to large numbers of potential victims, and specialized knowledge or abilities that can be turned to the mist's advantage. Interestingly, some individuals have learned to serve as temporary vessels for the Black Mist, while maintaining their essential humanity through careful spiritual discipline and external support. These brave souls allow themselves to become conduits for the corruption in order to study it directly, to understand its methods and weaknesses, and to develop more effective countermeasures. However, this practice requires extraordinary mental fortitude and constant vigilance, as the line between using the mist's power and being used by it is almost impossibly thin. The phenomenon of vessels and anchors reveals something profound about the nature of corruption itself. The black mist succeeds not through overwhelming force, but through patient infiltration, not through obvious evil, but through the gradual transformation of good intentions into harmful actions. It shows us how easily our finest qualities can be turned against us when we fail to maintain awareness of our own motivations and the true source of our abilities. Perhaps most importantly, the existence of vessels demonstrates that corruption is not merely an external threat, but an internal vulnerability that exists within all of us. Every person carries the potential to become a conduit for forces they do not fully understand, whether supernatural or entirely mundane. The question that emerges from this understanding is not how to avoid all contact with darkness, but how to maintain our essential humanity while engaging with the complexities and contradictions that define existence. As we contemplate these willing and unwilling servants of shadow in the comfort of our peaceful evening, we might wonder what anchors us to our truest selves when the currents of life threaten to carry us toward purposes we never intended to serve. Chapter 7. Resistance and Immunity. In the deepest hours of night, when darkness seems most complete and shadows press closest to our hearts, there shine points of light that refuse to be extinguished. Souls who stand against the tide of corruption not through supernatural power, but through the simple strength of spirit that all mortals possess. Tonight, as we rest in the protective circle of contemplation, let us explore the many ways that individuals and communities have learned to resist the black mist's influence, discovering that the greatest defenses against darkness often lie not in magic or weapons, but in the choices we make about how to live and love. The Sentinels of Light represent perhaps the most organized resistance to the black mist's influence, though their methods reveal as much about the nature of corruption as they do about protection. These ancient guardians carry relics blessed with power that opposes the Shadow Isle's curse, stones that glow with pure light when the mist approaches, weapons that can strike at spiritual as well as physical forms, and artifacts that create zones of sanctuary where the corruption cannot take hold. Yet the true strength of the Sentinels lies not in their magical tools, but in their understanding of what they fight against. Senna, herself once a victim of the Shadow Isle's corruption, embodies the complex relationship between resistance and vulnerability. Her time within Thresh's lantern granted her unique insights into the nature of the black mist, but it also left her forever changed, carrying within herself traces of the very corruption she now opposes. Her ability to wield both light and shadow demonstrates that resistance to the mist need not require perfect purity. Indeed, sometimes understanding darkness intimately provides the most effective defense against it. The relics carried by the Sentinels function through principles that reveal fundamental truths about spiritual protection. These blessed objects do not simply repel the black mist through raw power, but rather create environments where the corruption cannot find the emotional sustenance it requires. They generate fields of what might be called spiritual clarity, zones where individuals can perceive their true motivations without the distorting influence of guilt, regret, or obsession. In these spaces, the mist's whispered promises lose their seductive power, because those within can see clearly what they are being offered, and what the true cost would be. Yet not all resistance to the black mist requires blessed artifacts or ancient knowledge. Throughout Runeterra, ordinary individuals have discovered that certain mental and emotional states provide natural immunity to the corruption's influence. Those who have learned to process grief in healthy ways, who have developed the ability to accept loss without being defined by it, often find themselves naturally resistant to the mist's psychological assault. Their acceptance of life's inherent impermanence creates a kind of spiritual flexibility that makes it difficult for the corruption to establish the rigid thought patterns it requires. Children, as we have noted before, possess a natural resilience that often protects them from the worst effects of the black mist. Their innate ability to find joy even in difficult circumstances, their tendency to live in the present moment, rather than dwelling on past sorrows or future fears, and their openness to change and growth, all serve as powerful defenses against corruption. However, this protection is not absolute. Children who have experienced severe trauma, or who have been taught to define themselves by their suffering, can be as vulnerable as any adult. Faith provides another avenue of resistance, though not always in the ways that traditional religious teaching might suggest. It is not the strength of belief itself that matters, but rather the way that faith helps individuals maintain perspective on their place in the larger cosmos. Those whose spiritual practice emphasizes surrender to divine will, acceptance of mystery, and trust in purposes beyond human understanding, often find themselves naturally protected against the mist's promise of ultimate answers and complete control over their spiritual destiny. The philosophy of Nagakaboros, as practiced in Bilgewater and the surrounding regions, has proven particularly effective against the black mist's influence. This belief system emphasizes constant motion and change as fundamental principles of existence, standing in direct opposition to the corruption's promise of eternal stasis and unchanging purpose. Followers of the Bearded Lady practice rituals of movement and transformation that keep their spirits flexible and resistant to the kind of obsessive thinking that the mist exploits. Interestingly, some of the most effective resistance to the black mist comes from individuals who have experienced significant loss, but have chosen to honor their grief without being consumed by it. These souls have learned to carry their sorrows as sacred burdens that connect them to the depths of human experience without defining their entire existence. They understand that pain is temporary, that healing is possible, and that love can exist without possessiveness. This wisdom creates a kind of spiritual armor that the corruption finds almost impossible to penetrate. Communities that have successfully resisted repeated harrowings often share certain characteristics that suggest broader principles of spiritual protection. They tend to maintain strong networks of mutual support, ensuring that no individual bears their burdens alone. They practice regular rituals of forgiveness and reconciliation, preventing old grievances from festering into the kind of resentment that the mist can exploit. Most importantly, they cultivate cultures that celebrate growth and change rather than clinging to past glories or nursing old wounds. The magical defenses employed by various nations reveal different approaches to spiritual protection. Demacia's use of petricite creates zones where magic itself is dampened, making it difficult for the black mist to maintain its supernatural properties. However, this protection comes with the cost of suppressing all magical expression, creating its own forms of repression and resentment that can make individuals vulnerable in different ways. The rigid order that protects against chaos can also prevent the kind of emotional flexibility that promotes true spiritual health. Ionia's approach to resistance emphasizes balance and harmony rather than suppression and control. The region's spiritual traditions teach that all emotions, including negative ones, have their place in the natural order of existence. This philosophy creates practitioners who can acknowledge their pain without being overwhelmed by it, who can experience anger without being consumed by hatred, and who can grieve without losing hope. Such individuals present the black mist with no easy targets for manipulation, as they have learned to integrate their shadow aspects rather than deny them. The scholarly approach to resistance, as practiced in Piltover and other centers of learning, focuses on understanding the corruption's mechanisms in order to develop rational defenses against it. While this method can be effective, it also carries the risk of intellectual arrogance, the belief that knowledge alone provides protection. Some of the most tragic victims of the Black Mist have been scholars who thought they could study the corruption safely, only to discover that intellectual understanding without emotional wisdom provides little real defense. Zaan's chaotic environment has inadvertently created its own form of resistance to the Black Mist. The constant struggle for survival in the Undercity leaves little time for the kind of brooding contemplation that the corruption exploits. Additionally, the community bonds forged in adversity often provide the mutual support that protects against spiritual isolation. However, the desperation and unfulfilled ambition that characterize much of Zaanite life can also create vulnerabilities that the Mist might exploit under the right circumstances. Perhaps most remarkably, some individuals have developed the ability to consciously enter states of mental clarity that provide temporary immunity to the Black Mist's influence. These techniques, drawn from various spiritual traditions, involve practices such as meditation, controlled breathing, and conscious cultivation of specific emotional states. Masters of these arts can walk through zones of corruption while maintaining their essential humanity, though such practices require years of training and constant vigilance. The phenomenon of collective resistance reveals that communities can develop spiritual immunity through shared practices and mutual support. Towns that have survived multiple harrowings often develop traditions specifically designed to maintain emotional health and community cohesion. These might include regular festivals that celebrate life and renewal, storytelling traditions that emphasize resilience and hope, and social customs that ensure no individual becomes isolated in their grief or despair. Physical environment plays a role in resistance as well. Places where great acts of selfless love have occurred, where communities have made genuine sacrifices for one another's well-being, where forgiveness has triumphed over vengeance. These locations seem to possess a natural resistance to the Black Mist's influence. The spiritual atmosphere created by such acts provides protection not just for those who performed them, but for all who come after. The study of resistance to the Black Mist ultimately reveals that the most effective defenses are those that promote genuine spiritual health, rather than simply opposing corruption. Physical environment plays a role in resistance as well. Places where great acts of selfless love have occurred, where communities have made genuine sacrifices for one another's well-being, where forgiveness has triumphed over vengeance. These locations seem to possess a natural resistance to the Black Mist's influence. The spiritual atmosphere created by such acts provides protection, not just for those who performed them, but for all who come after. The study of resistance to the Black Mist ultimately reveals that the most effective defenses are those that promote genuine spiritual health, rather than simply opposing corruption. Fear of the mist can itself become a form of obsession that makes individuals more vulnerable to its influence. True immunity comes from living fully in the present, processing emotions in healthy ways, maintaining connections with others, and cultivating a sense of purpose that transcends individual suffering. As we contemplate these various forms of resistance in the gentle safety of our evening reflection, we might find ourselves wondering, what practices in our own lives serve to maintain the spiritual flexibility and emotional wisdom that protect us from becoming trapped in cycles of suffering and obsession? Chapter 8. Psychological Corruption. In the quiet spaces where memory meets imagination, where the mind wanders through corridors of what was and what might have been, there exists a darkness that feeds not on flesh but on thought itself, a corruption that transforms the very landscape of consciousness. Tonight, as we rest in the protective embrace of peaceful contemplation, let us explore how the Black Mist infiltrates the deepest recesses of the human psyche, turning our capacity for reflection and remembrance into instruments of our own spiritual undoing. The Black Mist's most insidious power lies not in its ability to harm the body, but in its talent for warping the mind's natural processes of memory and emotion. It operates like a skilled manipulator who understands precisely which psychological pressure points will cause the greatest pain, which half-forgotten regrets can be amplified into overwhelming guilt, and which suppressed fears can be brought forth to paralyze rational thought. The corruption does not create new sorrows from nothing. Instead, it takes the genuine pain that all mortals carry and magnifies it until it becomes the only reality the victim can perceive. When the Black Mist first touches a mind, it begins its work through the gentlest of intrusions, a subtle enhancement of negative memories that makes them seem more vivid and immediate than they truly are. A harsh word spoken in anger decades ago suddenly feels as fresh as if it were uttered moments before. A mistake that was forgiven and forgotten resurfaces with such clarity that the victim can taste the shame as if experiencing it for the first time. The mist does not invent these memories, but it strips away the healing perspective that time and wisdom have provided, leaving only raw, unprocessed emotion. The psychological deterioration that follows this initial assault progresses through recognizable stages, each one building upon the last to create a cascade of mental anguish that becomes increasingly difficult to escape. In the first stage, victims begin to experience what seems like enhanced empathy, a heightened awareness of the pain they have caused others throughout their lives. This might initially feel like spiritual growth, a deeper understanding of the interconnected nature of human suffering. However, this apparent compassion is actually a form of spiritual poison that prevents the healthy processing of guilt and regret. As the corruption deepens, victims enter a stage of obsessive rumination where their thoughts become trapped in endless loops of self-recrimination and regret. They replay painful memories with compulsive intensity, each repetition adding new layers of imagined detail and emotional weight. Sleep becomes elusive as the mind refuses to rest, constantly churning through scenarios where different choices might have led to different outcomes. The victim becomes convinced that they alone bear responsibility for all the suffering they have witnessed, that every tragedy in their vicinity somehow traces back to their failures and inadequacies. The third stage brings the onset of false memories, not complete fabrications, but distorted recollections, where the victim's role in past events becomes exaggerated beyond all proportion to reality. A moment of hesitation becomes remembered as cowardice that cost lives. A necessary but difficult decision becomes transformed into a selfish betrayal of trust. These distorted memories feel completely authentic to the victim, indistinguishable from genuine recollections, creating a psychological trap where they cannot trust their own mind to accurately assess their past actions. Perhaps most cunningly, the black mist weaves hallucinations throughout these later stages that appear to offer relief from the psychological torment. Victims begin to see and hear manifestations of lost loved ones who seem to offer forgiveness and understanding. These spectral visitations feel completely real and provide temporary respite from the overwhelming guilt and despair. However, these false reunions serve to deepen the victim's attachment to their suffering, making them reluctant to seek genuine healing because it would mean losing these comforting illusions. The corruption's manipulation of time perception represents one of its most sophisticated psychological weapons. Victims begin to experience temporal distortion, where painful moments stretch into what feels like hours, while periods of relative peace flash by unnoticed. Past tragedies begin to feel more real and immediate than present circumstances, creating a form of dissociation where the victim lives primarily in their memories rather than in the current moment. This temporal displacement makes it increasingly difficult for victims to engage with opportunities for healing or connection in their actual lives. As the psychological corruption reaches its advanced stages, victims develop what might be called inverted hope, a twisted form of optimism that focuses entirely on reunification with their suffering rather than recovery from it. They begin to see their pain as evidence of their moral superiority, their endless self-punishment as proof of their deep capacity for love and responsibility. This inverted hope makes them resistant to genuine help, as they interpret attempts at healing as efforts to diminish their moral worth or forget their important obligations to the dead. The Black Mist's psychological assault is particularly effective because it exploits the very qualities that make humans capable of love, growth, and moral reasoning. Empathy becomes a pathway for overwhelming guilt. Conscience becomes a weapon of self-destruction. Memory becomes a prison rather than a source of wisdom. The capacity for self-reflection, which normally serves as a tool for learning and improvement, becomes corrupted into an instrument of endless self-torture. Children who fall victim to the mist's psychological corruption often display different patterns of deterioration than adults. Their natural resilience and adaptive capacity can sometimes protect them from the worst effects, but when the corruption does take hold, it often manifests as a premature aging of the spirit. Young victims may develop an unnaturally adult understanding of suffering and loss while losing their capacity for joy and wonder. They become old souls in the most tragic sense, burdened with psychological weight that no child should have to bear. The corruption's influence on memory extends beyond individual recollections to affect how victims perceive the entire narrative of their lives. Happy memories become recontextualized as illusions or temporary reprieves from a fundamentally tragic existence. Accomplishments and moments of growth are dismissed as meaningless or even harmful, seen as evidence of selfishness or naivety. The victim's entire life story becomes reorganized around themes of failure, betrayal, and missed opportunities for redemption. Interestingly, the Black Mist's psychological corruption often leaves certain intellectual faculties intact, while devastating emotional and spiritual well-being. Victims may retain their ability to reason, to solve problems, and to understand complex concepts, but these capabilities become disconnected from any sense of hope or purpose. This creates a particularly cruel form of suffering, where the victim can clearly perceive their deteriorating mental state, but feels powerless to change it through rational means alone. The social dimension of psychological corruption reveals how the Mist's influence spreads beyond individual victims to affect entire communities. Those suffering from advanced corruption often become inadvertent agents of despair, unconsciously sharing their distorted perspectives with friends and family members. Their constant focus on tragedy and failure creates an emotional atmosphere that makes others more vulnerable to depression and hopelessness. In this way, psychological corruption becomes contagious, spreading through normal human interaction rather than supernatural means. Recovery from the Black Mist's psychological corruption is possible, but requires approaches that address both the spiritual and emotional dimensions of the damage. Purely rational interventions often prove insufficient because the corruption operates on levels of consciousness that logic alone cannot reach. Healing typically requires a combination of spiritual practice, community support, and the gradual reconstruction of healthy thought patterns through disciplined mental cultivation. The phenomenon of false spiritual experiences represents one of the most challenging aspects of psychological corruption to address. Victims often report profound religious or mystical experiences that seem to validate their suffering and provide cosmic justification for their self-punishment. These experiences feel completely authentic and can be difficult to distinguish from genuine spiritual insights. Healers working with corrupted individuals must develop the delicate skill of honoring the victim's spiritual experiences while helping them discern which insights promote growth and which perpetuate suffering. Perhaps most tragically, some victims of psychological corruption become so identified with their suffering that they fear healing more than they fear continued torment. They worry that recovering would somehow diminish their love for those they have lost, that moving forward would constitute a betrayal of their responsibilities to the dead. This creates a psychological paradox, where the very relief they desperately need becomes the thing they most strongly resist. The study of psychological corruption ultimately reveals that the mind's greatest strengths, its capacity for memory, empathy, and moral reasoning, can become vulnerabilities when corrupted by external influences that understand how to exploit them. The Black Mist succeeds not by overwhelming these faculties, but by turning them against themselves, creating internal conflicts that generate the very suffering the corruption feeds upon. As we contemplate these intricate workings of mental and spiritual corruption in the safety of our evening reflection, we might find ourselves wondering, how do we cultivate the kind of psychological resilience that allows us to fully experience our emotions without being overwhelmed by them? And how do we maintain the delicate balance between remembering our mistakes and learning from them without becoming imprisoned by regret? Chapter 9. Geographic Spread Patterns. In the vast tapestry of Runeterra's landscapes, where ocean currents carry more than water and winds bear burdens heavier than mere air, there exist invisible pathways that corruption follows with the patience of tide and the inevitability of seasons. As we settle into the quiet contemplation of forces that shape both land and spirit, let us trace the subtle patterns by which the Black Mist spreads its influence across the world, discovering how geography itself becomes both highway and barrier in the eternal struggle between light and shadow. The Shadow Isles stand at the center of an intricate web of corruption that extends far beyond their cursed shores, like a dark heart pumping poisoned blood through arteries of current and wind. The mist does not spread randomly across Runeterra's waters, but follows specific routes that reflect both physical and metaphysical laws. Ocean currents that once carried trade and communication between distant lands now serve as conduits for spiritual contamination, bearing traces of the island's curse to shores that may never have heard the name of King Viego. The primary pathway for the Black Mist's expansion follows the great ocean currents that flow clockwise around the central sea of Runeterra. These ancient waterways, carved by centuries of tidal movement and seasonal change, create a natural circulation system that draws the corruption away from its source and distributes it across vast distances. The mist rides these currents like a living thing, sometimes condensing into visible fog banks, other times dispersing into spiritual emanations so subtle that only the most sensitive souls can detect their presence. Bilgewater, positioned at the convergence of several major shipping routes, bears the brunt of this oceanic distribution system. The city's location makes it a natural focal point for the mist's influence, as currents from multiple directions bring concentrated doses of corruption to its harbors and surrounding waters. The infamous serpent isles that dot the waters around Bilgewater serve as way stations for the mist, allowing it to establish temporary strongholds that extend its reach further into the inhabited world. The seasonal patterns of the Black Mist's spread reveal a sophisticated interaction between supernatural corruption and natural weather systems. During the summer months, when warm air rises from heated land masses, the mist tends to remain close to the ocean's surface, creating a relatively stable layer of corruption that affects primarily coastal regions. However, during winter storms, when cold fronts drive powerful winds across the water, the mist can be lifted high into the atmosphere and carried hundreds of miles inland, bringing its influence to regions that normally remain safe from its touch. Wind patterns play a crucial role in determining which areas of Runeterra face the greatest risk from airborne corruption. The prevailing westerlies that blow across the central ocean tend to push the Black Mist toward the eastern shores of the continent, making regions like eastern Dalmatia and southern Noxus more vulnerable to atmospheric incursions. Conversely, the trade winds that flow toward the equator help protect the northern regions of the Freljord from all but the most severe manifestations of the corruption. The mountainous terrain that characterizes much of Runeterra creates complex patterns of protection and vulnerability that the Black Mist exploits with surprising sophistication. Mountain ranges serve as natural barriers that can deflect or concentrate the corruption depending on their orientation and height. The towering peaks of Mount Targon, for instance, create a rain shadow effect that protects much of the region from the mist's influence, while simultaneously funneling corrupted air currents into specific valleys where the concentration becomes dangerously high. River systems provide another avenue for the Black Mist's inland penetration, as the corruption can travel upstream against the current by following the spiritual connections that link all water sources. The great rivers that flow from the interior of continents to the sea serve as two-way highways for supernatural influence, allowing the mist to establish footholds far from its oceanic origins. Coastal cities built at river mouths often experience particularly severe corruption events, as both waterborne and airborne influences converge in these locations. The underground water table creates perhaps the most insidious pathway for the Black Mist's expansion, as contaminated groundwater can carry traces of corruption across vast distances without any visible signs of its presence. Wells and springs that draw from aquifers connected to coastal regions may suddenly begin producing water that tastes of despair and carries whispers of ancient sorrows. This underground contamination can persist for years after the surface manifestations have dissipated, creating long-term spiritual health hazards for communities that depend on these water sources. Interestingly, certain geographic features seem to provide natural resistance to the Black Mist's spread, creating zones of protection that corruption cannot easily penetrate. Ancient forests with deep root systems that predate the ruination often maintain their spiritual integrity, their interconnected network of tree consciousness providing a form of collective immunity to external influence. Similarly, Desert regions with their extreme conditions and sparse population tend to offer the mist little emotional sustenance, causing it to dissipate rapidly when it encounters these harsh environments. The phenomenon of spiritual geography reveals how the emotional history of a location influences its vulnerability to corruption. Battlefields where great tragedies occurred, sites of betrayal and injustice, places where communities have been torn apart by conflict. All these locations create what might be called negative spiritual pressure that draws the black mist like a magnet. The corruption flows naturally toward these areas of accumulated sorrow, establishing strongholds that can persist long after the original sources of pain have been forgotten. Conversely, locations associated with great acts of love, sacrifice, and healing seem to repel the mist's influence through positive spiritual pressure. Ancient temples where countless pilgrims have found peace, battlefields where soldiers died protecting others rather than seeking conquest, places where communities have overcome adversity through mutual support. These sites create protective barriers that can deflect corruption even when it flows directly over them. Urban environments present unique challenges for tracking the black mist's spread patterns. The complex spiritual landscape of cities, with their dense concentrations of human emotion and activity, creates turbulent currents that can scatter the corruption in unpredictable directions. Large cities like Piltover and Zan generate their own atmospheric conditions through the heat and energy of their populations, creating updrafts and wind patterns that can either concentrate or disperse supernatural influences, depending on local conditions. The vertical dimension of corruption spread reveals fascinating patterns related to altitude and atmospheric pressure. The black mist tends to be heaviest and most concentrated at sea level, where the spiritual weight of water provides it with additional density and stability. As the corruption rises through the atmosphere, it gradually dissipates, creating altitude-based zones of safety that explain why mountain communities often experience milder effects from the mist than their lowland neighbors. Seasonal variations in the black mist's spread patterns reflect the corruption's deep connection to cycles of death and renewal that govern the natural world. During autumn, when the boundary between life and death grows thin and the natural world prepares for winter dormancy, the mist's influence tends to be strongest and most widespread. Spring brings a natural cleansing effect as new life emerges and positive spiritual energy flows more freely, temporarily pushing back the corruption's advances. The interaction between the black mist and other magical phenomena creates complex interference patterns that can either amplify or diminish its effects in specific regions. Areas with high concentrations of elemental magic, such as the volcanic regions near Mount Targon or the ice fields of the Freljord, tend to disrupt the mist's cohesion through their own powerful energies. However, regions where death magic or necromantic practices are common provide the corruption with additional fuel and stability, creating zones of enhanced supernatural activity. Maritime charts created by experienced sailors reveal fascinating details about the black mist's oceanic distribution patterns. These documents, passed down through generations of sea captains, identify specific shipping lanes that remain relatively safe from corruption, as well as areas where even the most well-prepared vessels should never venture. The knowledge contained in these charts represents centuries of accumulated wisdom about navigating waters where supernatural and natural hazards intersect. The phenomenon of corruption echoes demonstrates how the black mist's influence can persist in locations long after the original source has moved on. Coastal areas that have experienced severe harrowings often continue to show traces of corruption for months or even years afterward, as the spiritual contamination becomes embedded in the local environment. These echoes can suddenly strengthen during times of emotional stress or community trauma, creating unexpected flare-ups of supernatural activity in seemingly safe areas. Climate change and shifting weather patterns have begun to alter the traditional routes by which the black mist spreads its influence. As ocean temperatures rise and current patterns shift, new pathways for corruption are opening while traditional ones become less reliable. This changing landscape of supernatural threat requires constant vigilance and adaptation from those who monitor the mist's movements and work to protect vulnerable communities. The study of geographic spread patterns ultimately reveals that the Black Mist operates according to principles that blend supernatural corruption with natural law in ways that create both predictable patterns and chaotic variations. Understanding these patterns provides crucial intelligence for those who seek to protect the innocent, but it also demonstrates the fundamental interconnectedness of all things in ways that can be either comforting or terrifying, depending on one's perspective. As we contemplate these vast networks of corruption that flow beneath the surface of ordinary geography, we might find ourselves wondering, what invisible currents of influence shape our own lives? And how do we ensure that the pathways we create through our choices carry healing rather than harm to distant shores we may never see? Chapter 10. The Mist's Servants. When twilight deepens and shadows lengthen into shapes that seem almost familiar, there exists a realm where the boundary between memory and manifestation dissolves completely, a place where the departed refuse to rest, and the living become something altogether different. Tonight, as we explore the gentler mysteries of existence from our place of safety and warmth, let us meet the servants of the Black Mist, understanding them not as monsters to be feared, but as souls whose transformation reveals profound truths about the nature of obsession, purpose, and the terrible price of refusing to let go. The servants of the Black Mist form a complex hierarchy that reflects not supernatural power alone, but the depth and nature of each spirit's connection to the corruption that birthed them. At the apex of this dark order stands Viego himself, the ruined king whose grief created the very phenomenon we have been exploring. His transformation represents the most complete fusion of mortal soul with supernatural corruption, creating a being who serves as both master and slave to the forces he unleashed. Viego commands the mist not through conquest but through shared purpose. His eternal quest to reclaim his lost queen drives the corruption spread across the world. Beneath the ruined king, the most powerful servants are those who retain significant portions of their original personalities while gaining supernatural abilities that reflect their deepest obsessions. Thresh exemplifies this category, his transformation from guardian to tormentor representing perhaps the most sophisticated corruption the mist has achieved. His role extends far beyond simple malevolence. He serves as the Black Mist's primary agent of recruitment, using his vast understanding of mortal psychology to identify and corrupt souls whose transformation will serve the greater purpose of spreading despair. Callista occupies a unique position within this hierarchy, serving the mist while believing herself to oppose it. Her obsession with punishing betrayal aligns perfectly with the corruption's goals of perpetuating cycles of vengeance and preventing the kind of forgiveness that might heal old wounds. The spectral warriors she commands represent an entire category of servants, souls who died with specific missions unfulfilled and now exist to complete those tasks for eternity, regardless of whether their continued pursuit serves any constructive purpose. The wraiths that populate the Shadow Isles in countless numbers represent the most tragic category of the Mist's servants, ordinary souls whose transformations reflect their inability to accept the natural progression from life to death. Each wraith maintains a semblance of their original appearance and personality, but these familiar elements are twisted to serve the corruption's purposes. A mother's love becomes an obsessive need to gather lost children into her eternal embrace. A soldier's duty becomes an endless patrol through territories that no longer require protection. A scholar's quest for knowledge becomes a hunger for secrets that can never truly satisfy. The process by which new servants are created reveals the Mist's sophisticated understanding of mortal psychology. Rather than simply overwhelming souls with supernatural force, the corruption offers each potential servant exactly what they believe they need most: reunion with lost loved ones, the power to correct past mistakes, the ability to fulfill obligations that death prevented them from completing. These offers are not entirely false, but they come with costs that the desperate rarely consider until it is too late to refuse. Lesser spirits that serve the Black Mist include manifestations of specific emotions or experiences that have been given form through prolonged exposure to corruption. Spirits of guilt appear as shadowy figures that whisper reminders of past failures. Manifestations of regret take the form of paths that lead nowhere, always promising that the next turn will reveal the opportunity that was missed in life. Embodiments of despair create zones of crushing emotional weight that make hope feel like a foreign concept to any living soul unfortunate enough to encounter them. The phenomenon of collective servants demonstrates how the black mist can corrupt entire groups while preserving their social structures and relationships. Ghost ships sail the cursed waters around the Shadow Isles, their crews locked in eternal voyages toward destinations they will never reach. Spectral armies march across the island's landscapes, forever fighting battles whose original purposes have been forgotten, but whose patterns have become ritual observations of conflict without resolution. Animal spirits serve the black mist in ways that reflect the simpler but no less tragic nature of their corruption. Spectral hounds hunt for masters who will never return home. Ghost horses carry riders toward reunions that can never truly occur. These corrupted creatures maintain their loyalty and love, but these positive emotions have been twisted into forms that cause suffering rather than joy. Their devotion becomes a chain that binds them to an existence that serves no one's genuine needs. The servants created from inanimate objects reveal another dimension of the mist's corrupting influence. Weapons that witnessed great betrayals become animated by the desire to prevent similar treacheries, striking down anyone whose thoughts turn toward disloyalty. Mirrors that reflected moments of profound loss show only images of what has been lost, trapping viewers in cycles of nostalgic sorrow. Books that contained final words or farewell messages repeat these messages endlessly, preventing their intended recipients from moving beyond their grief. Some of the most dangerous servants are those who were corrupted while possessing noble intentions and significant power. Fallen priests become dark evangelists who preach the virtue of surrender to despair. Corrupted healers offer treatments that ease pain by numbing all emotion, including joy and hope. Former protectors become guardians of sorrow itself, ensuring that their charges never escape the suffering they believe defines them. These servants are particularly effective because their methods often seem beneficial to those who have grown weary of struggling with their pain. The relationship between different categories of servants reveals the sophisticated social structure that exists within the Shadow Isles. Higher-ranking servants command lesser spirits, not through force but through shared understanding of their collective purpose. They work together with the efficiency of a natural ecosystem, each type of servant fulfilling a specific role in the larger mission of spreading the Black Mist's influence. This cooperation extends beyond mere obedience to include genuine mutual support, as even corrupted souls find comfort in not being alone in their eternal struggles. Interestingly, some servants retain enough of their original moral sense to experience conflicts about their actions, creating internal struggles that can occasionally be exploited by those seeking to resist the mist's influence. These partially corrupted beings may provide warnings to the living, offer cryptic advice about avoiding spiritual traps, or even actively work to limit the damage caused by their fellow servants. However, their ability to act against the corruption is severely limited by the very obsessions that keep them bound to the Shadow Isles. The creation of new servants follows cycles that correspond to the emotional state of the Black Mist itself. During periods when the corruption is actively expanding its influence, it tends to be more selective about which souls it transforms, choosing those whose specific obsessions will serve strategic purposes. Conversely, during times when the mist is consolidating its power or recovering from setbacks, it may corrupt souls more indiscriminately, creating servants whose primary purpose is simply to increase the overall spiritual weight of the Shadow Isles. The servants who were transformed during the original ruination possess a different character than those corrupted in subsequent centuries. These ancient spirits carry within them memories of what the Blessed Isles were like before their fall, making them particularly tragic figures who mourn not just their own losses but the destruction of paradise itself. Their sorrow adds a deeper layer to the corruption's emotional foundation, providing it with a reservoir of cosmic grief that transcends individual tragedy. Some servants have developed the ability to temporarily manifest in the material world beyond the Shadow Isles, usually during times of great emotional turmoil or spiritual vulnerability. These manifestations allow them to directly influence events in distant lands, recruiting new servants or simply spreading the kind of despair that makes communities more susceptible to future corruption. However, maintaining these manifestations requires enormous spiritual energy, limiting how often and for how long such appearances can occur. The phenomenon of servant evolution demonstrates that corruption is not a static state, but a dynamic process that continues to change those it has claimed. Over time, servants may lose more of their original personality while gaining additional supernatural abilities, or they may develop new obsessions that supplement or replace their original sources of binding. This ongoing transformation ensures that the Shadow Isles remain a place of constant change, despite being fundamentally dedicated to preserving the past. Perhaps most tragically, some servants retain enough awareness to understand what they have become and to grieve for the lives they have lost. These souls exist in a state of conscious damnation, fully aware that their actions perpetuate the very suffering they once sought to heal or prevent. Their continued existence serves as a warning about the dangers of allowing noble intentions to become corrupted by desperation or the refusal to accept natural limitations. The study of the Black Mist's servants ultimately reveals that corruption succeeds not by destroying what makes us human, but by taking our finest qualities and turning them into instruments of harm. Love becomes possessiveness, duty becomes obsession, compassion becomes enabling, and the desire to help becomes a compulsion to control. Understanding this process helps illuminate not just the nature of supernatural corruption, but the more mundane ways that good intentions can lead to harmful outcomes when they are not tempered by wisdom and humility. As we contemplate these eternally bound souls in the gentle safety of our evening reflection, we might find ourselves wondering, what purposes in our own lives do we serve with such dedication that we might struggle to recognize when they have ceased to be beneficial? And how do we maintain the flexibility to let go of even our most cherished missions when holding on to them begins to cause more harm than good? Chapter 11. Global Implications. In the grand theater of nations where empires rise and fall like tides against distant shores, there exists a threat that transcends the petty conflicts of mortal politics, a darkness that recognizes no borders, respects no sovereignty, and challenges the very foundations upon which civilization rests. Tonight, as we contemplate the vast web of consequences that flows from a single act of desperate love, let us explore how the Black Mist has become not merely a regional curse, but a global crisis that forces all of Runeterra's diverse peoples to confront questions about the nature of death, memory, and the price of refusing to let the past remain buried. The threat posed by the Black Mist extends far beyond the physical damage caused by its periodic incursions into inhabited lands. At its core, the corruption represents a fundamental challenge to the natural order that governs life and death throughout Runeterra. Every successful expansion of the Mist's influence weakens the barrier between the material and spiritual worlds, making it easier for other supernatural threats to manifest and more difficult for the living to maintain the psychological distance from death that allows them to function in daily life. Demacia, with its rigid social order and emphasis on absolute principles, faces perhaps the greatest philosophical challenge from the Black Mist's existence. The kingdom's foundational belief that order can triumph over chaos, that proper duty and discipline can solve any problem, becomes undermined by a threat that feeds on the very emotions that duty is meant to suppress. The Mist's ability to corrupt noble intentions and turn virtuous sacrifices into instruments of harm strikes at the heart of Demacian ideology, forcing the kingdom's leaders to confront the possibility that their cherished ideals might themselves become sources of vulnerability. The use of Petricite as protection against the Black Mist has created new tensions within Demacian society, as the anti-magic properties that shield against corruption also suppress the very magical abilities that some citizens might use to resist it more effectively. This has led to heated debates within the kingdom's ruling circles about whether magical defenses should be permitted in exceptional circumstances, potentially opening cracks in Damasia's absolute stance against magical practice that could have far-reaching consequences for the kingdom's social structure. Noxus approaches the threat of the Black Mist with characteristic pragmatism, viewing it as both danger and opportunity. The Empire's philosophy of strength through conquest has led some factions to propose that the corruption could be harnessed as a weapon against enemies, while others argue that any attempt to control such forces would inevitably lead to the Empire's own destruction. The ongoing debate reveals deep divisions within Noxian leadership about the acceptable limits of ambition and the risks of pursuing power without regard for its ultimate consequences. The presence of Swain's demonic pact within Noxian leadership adds another layer of complexity to the Empire's response to the Black Mist. The Demon Realm's interest in secrets and hidden knowledge creates potential conflicts with efforts to completely eliminate the corruption, as the Mist represents a vast repository of accumulated sorrow and forbidden wisdom that such entities find valuable. This internal tension between pragmatic security concerns and supernatural political interests complicates Noxus's ability to present a unified response to the global threat. Piltover's response to the Black Mist exemplifies the city's faith in technological solutions to spiritual problems. The Council has funded extensive research into mechanical defenses against supernatural corruption, developing everything from atmospheric purification systems to protective gear that supposedly shields the wearer from spiritual contamination. However, these technological approaches often prove inadequate against a threat that operates primarily on emotional and psychological levels, leading to growing recognition that some problems cannot be solved through innovation alone. The economic implications of the Black Mist threat have created new industries and trade relationships throughout Runeterra. Piltovan merchants have found lucrative markets for protective amulets and purification devices, while Damasian petricite has become a valuable export commodity for the first time in the kingdom's history. Conversely, traditional shipping routes have been disrupted as captains avoid waters where the corruption is known to manifest, leading to increased costs and supply shortages in regions that depend on maritime trade. Zaan's unique position beneath Piltover has created an unexpected form of protection against the Black Mist, as the city's underground location and toxic atmosphere seem to interfere with the corruption's ability to establish stable manifestations. However, this protection comes with the ironic cost of making Zaanites more vulnerable to other forms of spiritual contamination, as their constant exposure to chemical pollutants appears to weaken their natural resistance to supernatural influence in other forms. The scholarly community of Zaan has made significant contributions to understanding the Black Mist through their willingness to take risks that more conservative researchers avoid. Zaanite scientists have documented the corruption's effects on various materials and biological specimens, providing crucial data that helps other regions develop more effective countermeasures. However, this research has also created new ethical debates about the morality of studying forces that could potentially escape containment and threaten innocent populations. Ionia's spiritual traditions have proven particularly valuable in developing global strategies for resisting the Black Mist's influence. The region's emphasis on balance and harmony provides philosophical frameworks that help other nations understand why purely aggressive approaches to the corruption tend to backfire. Ionian monks and spiritual teachers have begun traveling to other regions as advisors, sharing meditation techniques and emotional discipline practices that can protect individuals from the Mist's psychological assault. The Kinku Order's principle of maintaining cosmic balance has led them to take a unique stance on the Black Mist threat. Rather than seeking to completely eliminate the corruption, some Kinku philosophers argue that it serves a necessary function in the cosmic order by providing consequences for humanity's tendency to resist natural cycles of loss and renewal. This perspective has created tensions with other factions who view any tolerance of the Mist as unacceptable moral compromise. The Freljord's harsh environment and warrior culture have created natural resistance to the Black Mist's influence, as the region's inhabitants are accustomed to facing death with acceptance rather than denial. However, the corruption has found ways to exploit the fierce loyalty and tribal bonds that define Freljordian society, occasionally transforming entire clans into spectral armies that continue ancient feuds for eternity. These incidents have forced the region's leaders to reconsider whether some traditions of honor and vengeance might need to be modified to prevent supernatural exploitation. Shurima's recent awakening under Azir's return has created new complications in the global response to the Black Mist. The Emperor's vast ambitions for restoring his ancient empire have led to conflicts with other regions that might otherwise cooperate against the supernatural threat. Additionally, Shurima's own history of magical catastrophe makes its leaders particularly sensitive to any suggestion that they should limit their use of powerful magic, even when such limitations might reduce vulnerability to corruption. The nomadic tribes of Shurima have developed their own unique strategies for dealing with the Black Mist's influence, relying on constant movement and minimal attachment to possessions or locations to avoid providing the corruption with stable targets. These mobile communities serve as valuable sources of intelligence about the Mist's movements across desert regions, but their independence from centralized authority makes it difficult to coordinate their knowledge with larger defensive efforts. Bilgewater's position as the primary target of Black Mist incursions has transformed the city-state into an unexpected center of expertise on supernatural defense. The practical knowledge gained through countless encounters with corruption has made Bilgewater captains and spiritual practitioners valuable consultants for other regions seeking to improve their own defenses. However, the city's lawless nature and culture of secrecy means that much of this knowledge remains fragmented and difficult to systematize into comprehensive protective strategies. The emergence of the Sentinels of Light as a global organization dedicated to fighting the Black Mist represents the most significant international cooperation effort in response to the supernatural threat. However, the Sentinels' recruitment methods and quasi-religious ideology have created political tensions with secular governments that prefer to maintain control over their own defensive strategies. The question of whether the Sentinels should operate as an independent force or under national oversight remains unresolved in many regions. Targon's celestial connections provide unique perspectives on the Black Mist threat that extend beyond purely terrestrial concerns. The aspect's understanding of cosmic forces suggests that the corruption represents more than a local catastrophe. It may be symptomatic of fundamental imbalances in the relationship between the material and spiritual realms that could have consequences extending far beyond Runeterra itself. This cosmic perspective sometimes conflicts with more immediate political and economic concerns about containing the threat's earthly manifestations. The various Bastion tribes across Runeterra have responded to the Black Mist threat according to their individual cultures and connections to the spirit realm. Some tribes view the corruption as a natural consequence of humanity's disruption of magical harmony, while others see it as an external threat that requires active resistance. These differing perspectives have complicated efforts to build comprehensive defensive alliances, as some Bastion communities prioritize protecting their own territories over contributing to broader strategic efforts. The long-term implications of the Black Mist threat extend beyond immediate defensive concerns to fundamental questions about the direction of Runeterran civilization. The corruption's ability to exploit technological and magical advancement as sources of new vulnerabilities has led some philosophers to question whether progress itself might be inherently dangerous. Conversely, others argue that only through continued development of knowledge and capability can humanity hope to find permanent solutions to supernatural threats. The economic costs of defending against the Black Mist have begun to strain the resources of even the wealthiest nations, leading to difficult decisions about resource allocation and priorities. Military budgets must now account for supernatural as well as conventional threats, while civilian infrastructure requires expensive modifications to provide protection against spiritual contamination. These costs have created new forms of inequality between regions that can afford comprehensive defenses and those that must rely on less reliable protection. Perhaps most significantly, the Black Mist threat has forced all of Runeterra's diverse cultures to confront fundamental questions about the nature of death, memory, and the proper relationship between past and present. The corruption's power to exploit unresolved grief, and the refusal to accept loss, has led to widespread reconsideration of funeral practices, mourning rituals, and cultural attitudes toward mortality. These changes represent a profound shift in human consciousness that may prove to be the Black Mist's most lasting legacy, regardless of whether the supernatural threat itself is eventually contained or eliminated. As we contemplate these vast global implications from our place of peaceful reflection, we might find ourselves wondering, how do we balance the need for vigilance against external threats with the importance of maintaining the openness and trust that make life worth living? And what responsibilities do we bear for problems that extend far beyond our individual ability to solve them? Chapter 12. The Eternal Cycle. As our long journey through shadow and mist draws toward its gentle close, we find ourselves standing at the threshold between ending and beginning, where the deepest truths about existence reveal themselves, not through grand proclamations, but through the quiet recognition of patterns that connect all things. Tonight, in this final hour of contemplation, let us explore the eternal cycle that the Black Mist represents, not merely as a supernatural threat to be defeated, but as a mirror reflecting the fundamental human struggle between holding on and letting go, between the comfort of familiar pain and the uncertain promise of healing. The Black Mist exists as more than corruption or curse. It stands as a manifestation of humanity's deepest fear, that love without limits might become destruction without bounds, that the very capacity for deep feeling that makes life meaningful also carries within it the seeds of cosmic catastrophe. In Viego's desperate attempt to preserve his connection to Isolde, we see reflected every person's struggle with loss, every moment when the heart rebels against the natural order and demands that reality conform to desire rather than accepting what cannot be changed. The cycle that the Black Mist perpetuates operates on multiple levels simultaneously, from the personal to the cosmic, creating interconnected loops of cause and effect that span generations and touch every corner of existence. At its most intimate level, the corruption feeds on individual grief and transforms it into collective suffering, turning private pain into public catastrophe. Each soul claimed by the mist becomes both victim and perpetrator, their personal anguish adding to the reservoir of sorrow that sustains the entire phenomenon. This transformation reveals one of the most profound truths about the nature of suffering itself, that pain, when hoarded rather than processed, when clung to rather than experienced and released, becomes a source of further pain, not only for the one who suffers, but for all those whose lives they touch. The Black Mist serves as an extreme metaphor for the way unresolved grief can spread through families, communities, and entire societies, creating cycles of trauma that persist long after their original causes have been forgotten. Yet, within this seemingly hopeless cycle lies the very key to its potential resolution. The same capacity for deep feeling that allows the corruption to take hold also provides the foundation for genuine healing and transformation. Love, which becomes possessive and destructive when filtered through desperation and fear, retains its power to heal and redeem when expressed through acceptance and wisdom. The question is not whether to love deeply, but how to love in ways that honor both the beloved and the natural order that governs all existence. The servants of the Black Mist, trapped in their eternal obsessions, represent stages in the process of grieving that have become frozen, rather than flowing naturally toward resolution. Thresh embodies the anger stage of grief that has curdled into perpetual resentment. Callista represents the bargaining phase where the bereaved refuses to accept that some injustices cannot be corrected. Viego himself exemplifies denial so complete that it has transformed the entire fabric of reality, rather than allowing consciousness to adapt to new circumstances. Understanding these parallels helps illuminate why traditional methods of fighting the Black Mist often prove inadequate or even counterproductive. Violence and aggression simply feed the cycle of pain and retribution that sustains the corruption. Denial and avoidance allow the underlying emotional wounds to fester until they become too powerful to contain. Only approaches that address the root causes of suffering, the refusal to accept loss, the inability to process grief in healthy ways, the tendency to define identity through pain rather than growth, can hope to break the eternal cycle that gives the mist its power. The possibility of redemption exists even for those who seem most completely corrupted by the Black Mist's influence. Senna's liberation from Thresh's lantern demonstrates that no soul is permanently lost, that even the deepest corruption can be overcome through a combination of external intervention and internal transformation. However, such redemption requires a fundamental shift in consciousness, a willingness to let go of the very obsessions and attachments that have defined existence for so long that they seem inseparable from identity itself. The process of breaking free from the eternal cycle begins with recognition, seeing clearly the ways that holding on to pain has become more familiar and comfortable than the uncertainty of healing. This recognition is often the most difficult step, as it requires admitting that the suffering we have carried so long, the grievances we have nursed so carefully, the identities we have built around our wounds, may be choices rather than inevitabilities. The Black Mist's victims must confront the possibility that their continued anguish serves their own psychological needs as much as it results from external forces. Forgiveness emerges as a crucial element in transcending the cycles of corruption, but not forgiveness as it is commonly understood, a simple pardoning of wrongs or a forgetting of injuries. The forgiveness that can break the Black Mist's hold is deeper and more complex, a recognition that holding on to resentment and blame, regardless of how justified they might be, ultimately harms the one who carries them more than those who originally caused the pain. This recognition does not excuse harmful actions or minimize their impact, but it acknowledges that healing requires moving beyond the need for cosmic justice to validate personal worth. The phenomenon of collective healing reveals how entire communities can work together to break cycles of trauma and corruption that no individual could overcome alone. Communities that successfully resist the Black Mist's influence often share certain characteristics. They maintain strong networks of mutual support that prevent isolation. They practice rituals of mourning and remembrance that allow grief to flow naturally rather than stagnating, and they cultivate cultures that honor the past without being imprisoned by it. These healing communities understand that breaking the eternal cycle requires more than simply opposing negative forces. It demands actively cultivating positive alternatives. They create new traditions that celebrate growth and transformation, develop practices that help individuals process difficult emotions in healthy ways, and establish support systems that catch people before they fall into the kinds of despair that make them vulnerable to corruption. In essence, they build immunity to the Black Mist by creating environments where the conditions that sustain it cannot easily take root. The role of hope in transcending the eternal cycle cannot be underestimated, but it must be hope of a particular kind, not the desperate hope that denies reality and demands that circumstances change to match desires, but the mature hope that trusts in the possibility of finding meaning and peace even within circumstances that cannot be altered. This kind of hope does not require that the dead return to life or that past mistakes be undone, but it maintains faith that healing is possible, that growth can emerge from suffering, and that love can exist without possession. The cosmic dimension of the eternal cycle reveals how individual choices about processing grief and trauma have implications that extend far beyond personal experience. Every person who chooses healing over resentment, growth over stagnation, acceptance over denial, contributes to the collective spiritual health of the world. Conversely, every individual who becomes trapped in cycles of pain and blame adds to the reservoir of negative energy that sustains phenomena like the Black Mist. This understanding places both tremendous responsibility and tremendous power in the hands of every conscious being. Each person's emotional and spiritual choices matter not only for their own well-being, but for the health of the entire interconnected web of existence. The decision to process grief in healthy ways, to seek support when needed, to practice forgiveness and acceptance, to maintain hope in the face of loss. These seemingly small personal choices become acts of cosmic significance when understood within the larger context of how consciousness shapes reality. The ultimate lesson of the Black Mist's eternal cycle may be that the forces we perceive as external threats often reflect internal struggles that we have not yet learned to resolve. The corruption succeeds by exploiting vulnerabilities that exist within all conscious beings, the tendency to resist change, the desire to control outcomes, the difficulty of accepting loss, the temptation to define worth through suffering. Defeating such forces requires not just external action, but internal transformation, not just better defenses but deeper wisdom about the nature of attachment and the art of letting go. Perhaps most importantly, the eternal cycle reveals that redemption is not a destination to be reached, but a process to be lived. Not a final victory over darkness, but an ongoing choice to meet each moment with as much wisdom, compassion, and acceptance as we can muster. The Black Mist will continue to threaten Runeterra as long as conscious beings struggle with loss and change, but its power diminishes each time someone chooses healing over resentment. Each time a community supports its members through difficult transitions. Each time love expresses itself through letting go rather than holding on. As our contemplation of this eternal cycle draws to its peaceful close, we are left not with easy answers or simple solutions, but with deeper questions that invite continued reflection and growth. The Black Mist's legacy may ultimately be found not in the destruction it causes, but in the wisdom it teaches about the delicate balance between love and attachment, between honoring the past and embracing the future, between the human heart's capacity for both creation and destruction. In the gentle silence that follows understanding, perhaps we might ask ourselves, what cycles in our own lives have we mistaken for eternal, when they are actually invitations to grow, and how do we transform the places where we hold most tightly into spaces where we can learn to love with open hands?